Very good morning to you all. Welcome to Coventry, the JDC Advanced Tour, right in front of your eyes, and our opening match of event 17. 32 players in the draw, and a mouth-watering weekend in prospect. So many permutations. Dare to dream for many. International places up for grabs. Two events today, two events tomorrow to finish as what's been an epic JDC Advanced Tour. Two amazing talents in Taylor McGen and Drake Porter. And we're underway with a steady 60 for McGen. Tenth in the Q School, Order of Merit. And boy, has he stepped up. Ninth on the Advanced Tour through 16 events. An Advanced Tour winner. Mr. Consistent with semi-final and quarter-final appearances. And for young Drake Porter, it's been very pleasing on the eye, this campaign, down in 23rd. But when he's been on the live streaming boards, has performed admirably well. Heavy scorer when he gets going, and he's going to need to be against McGen here. Time on his side for a very polished opening leg. The 32 is going to be under pressure here. Brilliant two treble visit to keep McGen honest in this leg. Not a bit of bother though. It's a nerve settler. It's 1-0 McGen. Porter with that 1-2-5 and an 85 to start this leg. He's finding his feet nicely. Huge talent is Drake. Was 12 at the start of the tour. I'll have to check to see if he is still, or if he's reached his teenage years. But what a talent. From the county of Kent. Another amazing talent from down them neck of the woods is Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson, our Super 16 champion. And he's a player on my radar this weekend. He's coming into form at just the right time. Two semi-finals on the last weekend was Jack Johnson. It was 4-0 up, I seem to remember, in the semi-final in the tournament that Mitchell Lowry won to finish off the weekend. And Mitchell Lowry with an outstanding comeback, but he's knocking on the doors, young Jackie Boy. As we mentioned, the permutations that's going ahead this weekend. We've got England places up for grabs for the top four on the Order of Merit, which me and Chris Mason were talking last night at the JPL. I think that's a very fair way to select the England four players. 20 events. The top four is certainly there by right. There's going to be a few hard lines and a few near misses as there was last year. For a breaker throw. Brilliant treble 16 for the double. Great attempt there. A lovely switch, knowing that he was blocking the treble 20 and didn't fancy the double-double. So for 2-0. Kind to him in the first leg. One dart in hand. This'll hurt. And the come on suggests that Taylor McGuckin is very happy with finding that last dart and has the darts in leg number 3. Not a lot can go wrong with that action from Taylor. Very smooth. And as we've seen in the event that he won and when he's been in the latter stages on the streaming boards, semi-finals and quarterfinals, his action works well under pressure. Drake, a heavy scorer, as we mentioned, when he gets going. He's going to have to find his treble boots rather quickly. Professional ton there to leave 76. Very nice visit there from Drake Porter, unlucky not to leave the big fish. So for 3-0. Again, due to his consistency on the trebles, has earned the right for time on his side. To the opposite side of the board for his doubles. And he's back to the familiar side. 8s twice and now double 7. He leads 3-0, does Taylor McGuckin. Brilliant response from Drake Porter. Still plenty of fight in the youngster. He'll know if it clicks, he can make a 3-0 deficit disappear in no time. And a beautiful maximum. 140 backed up with a maximum. 181 after 6. And back comes McGuckin. And what a leg this is from young Drake. Furious at hitting the single. And if you're Drake, you want to get this tidied up and move on to the next leg. Treble 19. He's hit the double. Tidies it up nicely. And if you're Taylor, all you're thinking about is holding your throw on the next leg. He's having a James Wade leg, isn't he? He's having a leg off. But Drake Porter has certainly took this leg by the scruff of the neck. And he's going to have to do so in breaking Taylor if he's going to remain in this match. JDC Advanced Tour 17 underway, everybody. Butterflies with excitement in my stomach. The prospect of seeing how this weekend unfolds. I said Drake's got to take care of his work here. just to build a bit of momentum and confidence. He will be back, but 100 remaining for Taylor. He can certainly knock that off in 2 darts. The form he's been shown of late. And a well-deserved leg from young Drake. 3-1, and it's Taylor's darts in leg 5. An unlucky switch on the 18s. He's a champion, is Taylor. Scottish Open champion. And like I say, looking at the field that we've got on the Advanced Tour, to win an Advanced Tour tournament, credit to the youngster. Certainly got a bright future ahead of him. We talk about what comes next after the Advanced Tour. Taylor McGuckian is in 4th place currently in the race for the Development Tour sponsorship that the JDC offers. Unlucky on the 152 treble 19s would have left the double 18, but he will be back to wrap up the match. He's currently behind Ryan Branley, Archie Self, and Nico Bado for the players that turned 16 and could qualify. So a big weekend, and he's off to a flyer. A 4-1 victory over Drake Porter. We'll see plenty more of Drake as the weekend develops, but it's Taylor who gets off the mark. He's through to the round of 16. Stay with us, folks. We've got another first round match coming up very shortly. Welcome back, folks. Hot on the heels of Taylor McGuckian's 4-1 victory. We've got a first look at Alfie Cook, brother of our European champion. Again, one of Scotland's finest, Craig Develin. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Alfie performs. It's a first look for myself, for him. I heard so many positives about his ability. Like brother Lewis, part of the Wimau Team 360 stable. And for Develin, he's a regular on our streaming boards. And like every player, I think the development and progression of our players are in front of our eyes this year. And Develin's been another one that I've been very impressed with over the last couple of events in particular. He's had some tough draws. There's no easy draws, of course. But he's looked far more polished. And he could be a real threat over the course of the weekend. If it clicks, Develin certainly has the game. Great attempt at the 78. Treble for the bull. .88 remaining. Tight on the treble 20 to leave. Double 14. Will he be back for the 68? He will be. Fine margins. Another close wire. Getting closer. And the angle of Craig Develin's darts, that was a beautiful adjustment as he edged nearer. Very comfortable at the bottom of the board. You get some players where the darts stand up and it becomes tricky. The likes of Jackie Boyd, Jack Johnson. Our tabletopper Ryan Branley. He didn't have any troubles on double tops last night in the JPL, did he? Ryan Branley. Big weekend for him. 7 points clear at the top of the Advanced Tour. Hot on his heels is the banging form Turgle Kularelku. Both dominating displays last night on the JPL. Another massive night it was for our boys and girls. Anyone who missed that, it's available on our YouTube channel. JPL Week 5. 8 cracking matches there was last night. And one of the performances of the night was Alfie's brother, Lewis Cook, with a 5-2 victory over Jaden Walker. And when we talk about the difficulties of the draws, Ben Townley's only gone and drawn Jaden Walker again. He mentioned last night he had 3 first-round defeats last weekend following an impressive 5-3 victory in the JPL of week 4. And he says he just keeps bumping into the same difficult players every round. And he's gone and drawn Jaden again. So interesting to see if he can get through that one, because Jaden currently sits in 4th place for that England spot. As we say, so many permutations. I'll keep you posted as the rounds and tournament develops. And we'll have an updated Advanced Tour table ahead of event 18, which will be around about the 2 o'clock mark. Alfie be back to level things up for a second holder throw of the match. Double 10. Finds it. And looking at the competitiveness of the opening 2 legs, this has the makings of 3-all and an edge of your seat thriller. Timely maximum though, as Alfie looks to build on his holder throw. Back comes Develin. 9 with a perfect response on a 140. He needed that, didn't he? Did Craig. Following the maximum of Alfie. And as you say, first look for me for Alfie, and I like what I see. Myself and Mace last night were talking about the height disadvantage that a lot of players and youngsters have to contend with. And when you look at the stature of Craig Develin compared to Alfie, Craig's just thrown at a more natural height, isn't he? So absolute credit to the likes of Alfie and Jaden Walker, Jack Johnson, Drake Porter, who we saw in our first match. Amazing talent. Bullseye. Almost snuck into the double, but he got a pop at the bullseye. But for our first breaker throw of the match, back on double 10. Will be fruitful a second time. It certainly will. And the young Englishman has the advantage, throws first in leg 4. Cooking nicely at 70 and rising is Alfie Cook. And after Develin bust the opening leg, it's starting to look a little bit less composed. It was a great attempt at the 1-2-6, but he's got work to do if he's going to stay in event number 17, because Alfie is warming to the task with a treble per visit regular. Really finding his mark. Almost a second maximum for Alfie. Looks to set things up with the tops, if you can find the treble, and he does so. Fantastic leg from Alfie Cook as he looks to go one away from a place in the second round. Develin with a ton, but he's got 6 darts if required as Cook. He doesn't need it. He's finding double 10 with confident ease, and he gets off the mark with double tops. And after a slow opening leg, he really has turned on the afterburners, hasn't he? We mentioned Ben Townley, Jaden Walker. Dan Stevenson against Lewis Cook. A mouth-watering first-round clash. Leo Howard against Jack Nankovich. Mason Tease against Ryan Branley. Wow, what an opener. And when we talk about the England spots, Ryan looks well, he's secure at the top of the table, isn't he? Not secure in winning the Advanced Tour, but his England position looks a solid one. Him and Jack Nankovic. Probably Archie Self. He's going to have to keep his eye on it, maybe. But them three places look secure with that fourth spot firmly up for grabs between 6 or 7 players who will mentioned shortly. Mason Tease just outside that spot at the minute. And even more permutations. The winner of Ryan Branley Mason Tease plays the winner of Turgle, Kilorelcu, and Owen Bryland. So we could have our top against second in the Advanced Tour order of merit. For the match is Alfie Cook. A second round match. We'll keep you posted after this match. More than capable here, 81 required. So it's a long way up for Alfie Cook. Managed tops no problem in the last leg, and that's a lovely guide. Doesn't look like a hindrance. But from 96 to leave 74, could have left it better. But a lovely first start from Develin. This has got to go, you feel. And a brilliant first start was not matched with a double. Drama here in Coventry in our second match. And Alfie busts. Still in this one is Develin. He's done the first part, hold his throw. Proper ton that is from Alfie. After match starts missed, to get off with a ton, that'll settle him down. But Develin really is showing fighting spirit here, isn't he? That 1-2-2 is letting Alfie know, I'm not going away, son. You're going to have to beat us because another 2 treble visit. And from a match that was looking like it was going to peter out, has now got that last leg decider written all over it that I mentioned. Timing is everything. That's a very unlucky 58 from Alfie Cook. Great last start from Develin. Something's got to give. Who's going to blink first? I think that was a good idea to stay there. It was clearly a lovely guide. Don't mind that one bit. Double, perhaps? Or is it going to go for the tab 18? So sat on tops if he gets a chance, but more match darts incoming. And why is it? So Develin to take us the distance. Grits his teeth and takes advantage. Best of luck on the decider, lads. Develin has fought back well and he has the advantage in the decider. And what a leg that was, because Alfie really performed very well with the scoring department. And Develin with his 2 treble visits. Alfie was unlucky on the 150. What a match. We mentioned the strength and depth of the JDC Advanced Tour. Another reason why 32 will become 64 next year. 176 after 9 darts. It's putting Alfie Cook into 12 darter territory to win the match. Devilin's in that 5-visit zone here to wrap things up in style. What a fight back it's been from our Scot. Wrong treble, but he will be back. It's going to be under pressure. Double 8. For the match. And it's Develin who suffers match darts. Alfie, who looked out the side, couldn't nick it here. Develin back for the match on double 4. 2 2s, counter in 1s. Pulls it. Followed the second dart in, didn't he? Double 16. Great fighting spirit from Alfie Cook. He nicks it in the end. 74.2 average is impressive. And we look forward to seeing him, hopefully, as the tournament and weekend develops. Craig Develin, again played well in defeat. We'll see more of him as well. On to our third match, which should be coming up rather shortly. Stay with us, folks. An All England affair for game number 3 of event 17. Midday sun in Coventry, and these two youngsters are shining brightly. Two huge talents, Jack Pete and Archie Self. Archie, our JPL star, and Jack Pete, like Taylor McGen, is another Mr. Consistent on the Advanced Tour. A quick heads up of what's going on around the grounds, shall we say. The big match that we mentioned in our match before, Mason Tease leads Ryan Branley 3-2. Big result on the cards if Mason Tease can get that win in his pursuit for the England call-up. And as we mentioned, it could have been a top against second on the Advanced Tour in the second round with Turgle against Ryan. Well, Owen Bryland has other ideas. He's 2-1 up against Turgle, and Turgle is playing phenomenally well at the minute. So what a performance and result that'll be. We know Owen Bryland and Mason have that in their armoury. Again, evidence of the strength and depth of this amazing tour. Jack has won the ball and he's off. And against a player like Archie Self, you feel it's an important bullseye win. Get off to a good start, and this could be a real big performance from Pete. Very good front runner. Can he test Archie's ability to chase? Our Advanced Tour winner from 2024 is Archie. He's not had things his own way on the tour this year, has he? But he's, as champions do, our WDF world champion. He's warming to the task. Got a win under his belt in April, was it? He's had a lot of semi-finals and quarterfinals runs. He's had some very difficult draws. Losing out to Jack Nankervis in the event that Jack Nankervis won on the last weekend of proceedings. He's in contention in third place for that England spot. It's not a gimme yet. He's still got to take care of his work this weekend. And for young Jack Pete, it's a farewell weekend for the JDC Advanced Tour. He'll be too old to play on the tour in 2026. He's off the mark. Jack, who came through qualifying school, and just like Taylor McGen, has took the step up. Look very much at ease and comfort against the best kids in the world. Finished 9th, as we say, on the Q Skill Order of Merit. There's over 180 players featured in that. And he lies in 16th in the Order of Merit. Great achievement over the course of 16 events. The youngster from Southport. And let's see how Archie performs today, because after the JPL proceedings last night, he remained in high spirits after losing to Ryan Branley. And I warmed him up for today with a few 1-2-1s. Myself, Archie, and Leo Howard hammering the board. I was more like hammering the wall. With me chizzy snatch. But it was a very relaxed Archie last night. Following that disappointment. Great humour with his family. Joking about his double troubles. But Archie has the pedigree and the talent to put things right. Will we see it in event 17? He's going to have to do it the hard way, because Jack Pete with a very impressive break, and Archie sat on 62.5 average. Not at the races as yet. A leg you would make favourite for the match quite clearly if Jack Pete wins this. 3-0 will be a massive task, even for Archie self, to turn it around. But 2-1 and back on throw, and you'd put Archie favourite perhaps. The twists and turns of our last match, where Craig Develin trailed 3-1, pulled it back to 3-all, and then Archie went and won the match 4-3. Maintains his advantage of throw here, does Jack. I want to do a count how many Jacks we've got on the Advanced Tour. So Archie will get a shot at the big fish. Can he reel it in? Needs to find a treble, you feel. Jack with 50, it's not punished by Archie. This will really kickstart his 2-1 if he can. Event 17, if he could have took that 114 out. And again, Jack Pete punishes. 77 and change for Jack Pete. And he's making this look rather easy. Finally found his scoring boots, does Archie self. He's got to be foot perfect from here if he's going to turn this around. And we talk about permutations of the Advanced Tour England places, and currently the Development Tour, 3 places available for players that turn 16 before the Development Tour starts. And Archie self's currently in 2nd place in that race. Ryan Branley top of it on 47 points. Archie's on 27 points in 2nd. Nico Bado's on 24 points. I'm sure we'll hear the Gibraltar's national anthem at some point today. I'll be massaging the vocal cords for that. So to win it in style, it's Jack Pete's turn to reel in the big fish. And they get a foothold in the match. We said he's got to be foot perfect from here. It's a hold to throw. Can he break Jack Pete? We know Archie can turn the 72.84 average into 95 in a matter of minutes. One of the biggest scorers around, and he's starting to warm to the task. A 180 in the last leg, a 140 to pressure the trebleless visit. Back-to-back trebleless visits from Jack Pete. Two points behind Nick Obado in that Development Tour race is Taylor McGuckian, and he's off the mark with a fine win in our opening match of this Super Saturday. Looking at the results that have been so far, Jack Nankovic 4-1 over Leo Howard, 86 average for Jack. I fancy him to win one of the events this weekend. Nankovic, rather impressive last night on the JPL. Lex Passauser, a 4-0 victory over Joe Westby is an eye-catching result. 93.94 from our world champion. Again, the Belgian ace was impressive last night on the JPL. Lewis Cook has whitewashed Dan Stevenson, an eye-catching result from our European champion. Of course, Lewis Cook will be defending that European crown in Ireland next month. Defence of his European crown on the Emerald Isle. So couldn't take the 170 out in style for the match. And he can't take the 150 out neither, 155 out neither. Back-to-back double tens. 3-0 has become 3-2 in a matter of seconds. And we're back on throw. And this match is turning around rather quickly. Archie's found his score in boots, and Jack has lost his. We know Jack's got the composure to find one good leg in him, but it's going to be under immense pressure from Archie's self. Mitchell Lorry, who's the man of the moment, 104 average and beating Turgle Kilarelku of event number 16 to polish off a brilliant weekend on the Advanced Tour in Coventry a few weeks back. He's 4-1 victory over Reese Butler with an 80 average. Travelled down north of the border with his mum and granddad today. Will the bounce out be punished? How many matches on this Advanced Tour streaming board do the last leg deciders throw up? We could see another one here. It's looking likely. Leg 7, in which Jack Pete will have the advantage of throw. But with the momentum, 3-0 down to 3-all, you'd still make Archie favourite, wouldn't you? But we know the quality of Jack Pete. Double top for 3-all. Mile away. But double tenors were brilliant to him, and he will be back. Three double tens. Deciding leg, good luck, lads. For a place in the second round. And Archie Self to get back to 3-all has been immense at the start of legs. The pressure of a deciding leg. Both players come up dry on the trebles. And back comes Pete. What a beautiful first start that was. And it's his turn to see a dart land on the floor. That was more of a deflection off his other dart. I'm squirming to the edge of my seat here. And another thriller. So Pete still has the advantage of throw. 6 points in it. And a brilliant treble 19. Anyone's guess who's going to progress here? So unlucky was Archie Self on the treble 19 attempt there. The English youngsters will be keeping close tabs on this match. With Archie Self sat in third place for the England call-up. He's in a strong position, but he won't want to go out in the first round here. For the match, a ton-topping display. And to win it in style here, treble 19 required for the bullseye. Pete will be back. He's found double top nicely earlier on in the match, but it seems a long time ago that he's had an opportunity at a double. Here we go, double top. And he takes out Archie Self well. A brilliant first start. A 68.91 average. That won't matter nothing because Jack Pete has beaten one of the best players around in Archie Self and progresses through to the second round. We may see another first round match, folks, but if not, we'll see our first look at the round of 16. Stay with us. That match will be coming up real soon. Welcome back to the action, folks. As mentioned, we're dipping our toes into the second round now, round of 16 contest. Remains best of 7, all the way through to semi-finals, where we go best of 9, and our final best of 11. Our young Lancastrian, Basil, who's in fine form right now, takes on another one of Scotland's finest, Kyle Davidson. Scottish international as Kyle. Was chatting to him earlier. And he's in confident mood coming into this weekend. Two players that came through qualifying school. Kay did immensely well, second overall on the Order of Merit. Kyle down in 11th, not too shabby either. Again, proving how the structure of the JDC works immensely well. The Foundation Tour, the qualifying school, the Advanced Tour. Clear progression from every youngster as the years, the months and the weeks go by. Bullseye. A 170 checkout from Basil. We said he's banging form, and he's proved it there with a big fish. I believe that's our first big fish of the tour so far. Wouldn't it be nice to see a 9 darter before the tour comes to a halt? "14-year-old from Burnley, Basil. Youngest ever senior champion on the WDF Tour. The Hungarian Classic champion. No fear from our youngsters. The senior players petrified of the talent coming through for our boys and girls. Huge talents. Seniors petrified. The likes of Basil when they step up to these big tournaments. So to weather the storm, Davidson wants 92 to level things up and hold his throw. Attempted the double-double. And after a short-stopping opening leg, Davidson has a chance for 54, double 10. Missed opportunities that you feel has to go. A welcome return for Davidson to get off the mark, and he's pushed it. And you can see the frustration creeping in there from Keir after that 170 showstopper to then wipe his feet in this leg. And Davidson unable to punish. Who wants this leg? A bit of grit and composure. And it's down in Craig Develin country. Brilliant adjustment. And the leg eventually goes to the rightful owner. It's a break of throw, and Basil has the throw in leg number 3. And 1-1 there, and Kyle Davidson would be well pleased with himself because he looked out of sight in the leg, but it's an uphill task from here 2-0 against the throw in this third leg. Keir had a good run at the English Open as well down in Chelsea last weekend, doing very well on these ranking events. And it's the footing and the foundations that have been put in place by the JDC Advanced Tour that's helping these youngsters when they go on to the big tournaments. The competitiveness of the tour. Going into these big events match hardened. When you look at Keir being sat down in 29th on the order of merit, he's one of these players that I'm waiting for him to really explode on one event or one weekend. Certainly has that in his armoury. Will we see it this weekend? Kyle Davidson, we'll hope it's not event 17. Yeah, chatting to Kyle earlier on before the draw was made, and we were talking about the permutations of the England selection, and he's played 3 times for his country at the World Cup, winning it once. He said he lost out to Mongolia. Turgle and the team got the better of him last year. A fantastic achievement to be a World Cup winner. And they're going to be a real threat to Team England in Gibraltar later on in the year. All going to be streamed live on our YouTube channel. Both of our youngsters will have another year to look forward to on the Advanced Tour. Oh, great attempt at the 1-2-7 to level things up. Has to adjust. Has to adjust again. Momentum halted. Could work in his favour. It looked tricky, didn't it, from the first start? Made it even worse with the second. And which way will Kyle Davidson go? 5 for 10s or 9 for double 8? I think he might go 14, 3 and double 4. The only way to go, Kyle. Unable to execute as K is back for tops and 3-1 to re-establish his cushion. Drama here in Coventry once again on the doubles. Edging closer. And for K, double 10. You feel it has to go. Brilliant. Real confidence with that second dart. There was no hope about it. He firmly put that in, didn't he? Just waiting for something to click for Kia. And we could see a deep run to a semi-final or even a final. It's very rarely we see Kyle Davidson losing in the first round. I mentioned on the last weekend, 22nd on the order of merit is Kyle. Being consistent in terms of progressing through the first round. He's had a quarter-final appearance, possibly 2. And we mentioned the eye-catching clash of round 2. Well, it's gone the opposite direction because Mason Tease has beaten Ryan Branley 4-2, an 80 average, and a 92 average from Owen Bryland. 4-3 over Turgle Kurelku, who averaged 94. Standard of the JDC Advanced Tour. Keep you updated as the second round progresses. And then we've got Judgment Day tomorrow. But a lot of our players can ease that pressure with a deep run early doors on Saturday. And there's our match winner. Basil gets over the winning line 4-1. Didn't have everything his own way against Kyle Davison, but a pleasing victory it is from our young Lancastrian. The Burnley Massives progressing through to the quarterfinals. Up next, we've got another second round contest. Stay with us, folks. It's coming right up. Quarterfinal action here in Coventry. Mitchell Lorry against Lex Passauer. A heavyweight clash in terms of the JDC hierarchy. Two of the biggest informed players around. A youngest ever JDC world champion in Lex Passauer. World Cup winner Mitchell Lorry. Event 16 winner Mitchell Lorry. It was a winner waiting to happen, and he finally got over the winning line after several finals on the Advanced Tour. And it's Mitchell who has the advantage of throw. What remains a best of 7. Wasn't to be last night for Mitchell Lorry in the JPL. But the occasions where he has suffered defeat on the Friday night, he showed brilliant grit and determination, fighting back well on the Saturday. A very polished display it was from Lex Passauer last night. A 5-2 victory it was for him against Jackie Boy Jack Johnson. 6 180s in that match. 2 for Passauer, 4 for Jack Johnson. Passauer also had a 174 to go along with the 2 maximums. But the 5-2 result is what counts. And the 1-0 advantage is what counts for Mitchell Lorry. It's an impressive hold of throw. A confidence boosting opening throw. And Passauer responds as a world champion would expect. And 2 very much contrasted of styles in terms of Mitchell wears his heart on his sleeve, G's himself up. Usually responds brilliantly when he does that. And for Lex, he's very much, you don't know whether he's 3-0 up or 3-0 down. Such a relaxed youngster on and off the hockey. Great youngster and a great family support. The same can be said for Wee Sox. Superb leg from Lex Passauer. What a game we've got to see who progresses through to the semi-finals. Is his point stuck on the board there? Running repairs going on for Mitchell Lorry. We've had some real interesting things going on with Mitchell Lorry over the streaming board. I seem to remember a tournament earlier on where he went to fist pump his opponent and ended up getting stabbed in the hand. I've got my darts at hand here. Mitchell, do you want to use mine? Shall I pop in and ask him? Oh, no need for that. Mitchell seems to have things well under control. As the match is firmly poised, 1 leg all. And a brilliant 2 treble visit to start from Mitchell Lorry. Both players finding the amusing side of it. As we mentioned on the tour, Great friendships are formed from all players on the boys and girls tour, and of course mixed. That is great to see. And we're back underway. How will Passa respond to the two treble visit? Momentum's lost briefly, but I'm sure both players will be finding their treble shoes. Passa with a brilliant leg to level things up, or 180 to get things underway. And I said, didn't take him long, did it, to find his treble boots? Superb performance it was with Mitchell Lowry, not just in that final, but to come back from 4-0 down against Jack Johnson in the semi-final. And we've seen comebacks as well in previous finals where he was unable to get over the winning line. But he did things from the front in the final, didn't he? He went 2-0 up against Turgle of Mongolia with a 12 and a 14 darter. He went 4-0 up before Turgle responded with a 12 and 14 darter of his own. And Mitchell got over the winning line 6-2, 8 legs of darts and 104 average. 104.44. Wowza. Brilliant 94 pop that was. With his opponent sat on 25 and sat on a 99 average, Mitchell Lowry quickly extinguishes that threat. Said we'd keep you updated as things progress around the boards. Oliver Huffen is having a good run. He has outside chances of that England call-up and does have another year on the tour. He's going to be a real threat, I feel, next year. 4-2 win against Lewis Cook, a brilliant result that was, and a brilliant maximum that was, as Mitchell Lowry looks to get breathing space in this quarterfinals. Back comes Passa as you'd expect. Lexu sits third on the Advanced Tour Order of Merit. And a superb break of throw there from Mitchell Lowry. He really is the informed player, him and Turgle right now, aren't they? And we've seen Turgle go out in the first round. I mentioned last night to Mace that I wonder if, and I hope that Mitchell Lowry wasn't going to put too much pressure on himself after that 104 average in the final. And he clearly hasn't, which is great to see, because another maximum there as he looks to wrap up the match. This has been brilliant, 100 average once again. Lex can do nothing on 96.29, or can he? 6 darts if required now for Mitchell Lowry to get to yet another semi-final. Said Jack Nangover said have a good run. A 4-1 victory over Alfie Cook. And Mason Tease with his England prospects still firmly alive. A 4-3 victory. But it's a 4-1 victory for Mitchell Lowry. And a clap of the hands from Lex Passauser to say very well done. Played in great spirit, and Mitchell Lowry advances to our semi-final. Gracious in defeat is our JDC World Champion, which is great to see. Lex will be back for event number 18 and be a real threat, no doubt. But Mitchell Lowry's going to be hard to stop on this Everton's, a 96.92 average. He's cooking along nicely, isn't he? Stay with us, folks. We've got a semi-final that'll be coming right up. Here we are back in Coventry, JDC Centre of Excellence. And a second quarterfinal. And we've got Showyers taking on Jack Pete. We've seen Jack earlier on. Impressive in getting over the winning line against Archie Self. 3-0 up. Became 3-all quite rapidly. And took out a confident double top with the first dart to win his first round match. Big opportunity for these two, and an opportunity for both players to make their first semi-final of the 2025 Advanced Tour. Both players have plenty of experience at the quarterfinal stages. For Showy, this is a third appearance in the quarterfinals. And for Jack Pete, it's his fifth appearance in the Elite Eight. Showyers based down in Frome in Somerset. Comes up to Brown's Bar in Bristol for the academy. Does a lot of travelling for his vault. As does many, of course. The opportunities to play competitive darts on almost a daily basis. We talked last night, me and Mace, about the likes of Bo Greaves, how well she manages her schedule with the opportunities that arise and the way she doesn't want to burn herself out but selects the tournament she wants to play. And it's a very important thing for our youngsters even. As a 158, wow, that would have been an impressive. We've had a 170 to kickstart a match earlier on. And we almost had a beautiful 158 there as well. Yeah, for our youngsters, it's about getting the balance right, isn't it? I was talking to Jaden Walker a few weeks back in regards to practice routines or practice. A nice take on the double 19 there. Saw the leg out well, didn't he? Did Showy. And when I was talking to Jaden, I mean, the amount of exhibitions that he'll be in demand for, he said he hasn't got a weekend free up until the end of July. And that was a few months back. So his practice routine is pretty much the nights that he plays darts. He uses that as his preparation. It's about finding what works for you, isn't it? Some people like to hammer the board as often as they can. And other players enjoy the break. And of course, focus practice is very important. 1 hour of focus practice is better than 5 hours of unfocused. Six darts if required. Good ball management there. Experience shown from Jack Pete there. Leaves tops nicely. What he knows is an important hole to throw if he gets it. Unlucky on the double 10. A very easy action is Showy, hasn't he? And when he finds his range, he makes it look so easy. Finds the double 10 nicely, does Jack Pete. On his evening now, quarterfinals. Who will progress through to their first semi-final? We're talking about practice briefly there, and I was talking to Chris Mason last night in commentary. He always suggests that practice with someone who you struggle to beat, and then once you start beating them, move on to somebody else who you struggle to beat. Two very fluent talents at the hockey. As I said with Taylor McGookian, Mr. Consistent on the tour, as is Jack Pete, in his 5th quarter final. Looking at the Advanced Tour table and who the shakers and movers potentially. Mason Tease is still in action. He's into our semi-final. And that England place is looking ever more possible. Unlucky not to leave tops, but leaves 80 if Jack Pete can't take out the 1-2-6. Brilliant setup. He went tops, didn't he? He's got a handy guide. And that all-important treble with the last dart has set up Jack Pete's opportunity at double 14 for our first breaker throw of the match. It takes it out. Blocked my view, but Jack Pete knew it had landed. He gets that breaker throw, and he throws first to go one leg away from a place in the semi-final. Yeah, Jaden Walker in the 8th on 22 points is our 4th England player. Mason Tease was on 20 points, 2 points behind, and he's into our semi-final. We mentioned Ben Townley was sick of the sight of Jaden Walker. He's drew him that many times on the tour. He got the better of Jaden Walker in the first round in the last leg decider earlier on today. So Mason Tease will leapfrog above Jaden Walker. Taylor McGookian, as we saw Mitchell Laurie in fine form in our quarter-final match against Lex Passauser. He beat Taylor McGookian 4-0 in the last 16. And a brilliant scoreline there. 140 to pressurise the 96. Great second dart from Showy. He was unlucky with the 158 in the opener. And will it be Riley punished here with 78? Single for the double. Jack Pete making an 80 average look very ordinary, isn't he? Huge talent. And they go one away. He loves that double 10, doesn't he? He's found it again. And Showy has to be foot perfect from here. Holding a break, and he will have the advantage in the deciding leg. It's going to be hard to dislodge Jack Pete, though, from here. And Mason Tease getting the better of Jack Nankervis 4-3. Huge result it was for Mason there. And what a draw he's had to get through, hasn't he? Beating Ryan Branley in the first round, Jack Nankervis in the quarterfinals, Owen Bryland in the second round. So looking like a 4-1 scoreline. Jack Pete on 72 to wrap things up. It's been very hit and miss for Showy. We know he's got huge talent. But Jack Pete has just been granted, hasn't he? And we know that with Jack Pete's temperament, he'll take the semi-final in his stride. Back on his favourite double 10. Drama here, match starts missed. And we know Showy loves a combination checkout. Almost a surprised look on Jack Pete's face when he missed that double 10. So close with that first start, wasn't he? How's double 5 for you on a second visit? Does the hard part with a lovely single 1. And Showy is nowhere to be seen. Another opportunity for a place in the semi-final. Taking his time. It's been so close, hasn't he? And from nowhere, Showy has 2 darts at tops to keep this game alive. Of course he hits it. He wasn't going to pass up that opportunity. So relaxed with that last dart, and that's got to hurt Jack Pete, hasn't it? Of course it doesn't. He just fires in with 2 trebles. That's why he has the durability of a 5th quarter final. Because he doesn't let temporary disappointment linger. Showyers another one that's going to be enjoying his final weekend on the tour. Age has got the better of him. He's been enjoying the development tour. He says his best form is coming in that sphere. So he'll take the experience of the Advanced Tour and everything he's gained to pastures new. We mentioned earlier it's the same for Jack Pete. One of these players will be making hay on their final weekend of the tour. Brilliant setup from Jack. You feel a 140 is needed. An impressive ton, all the same. But it's Pete with 2 darts to end this match. There it is. The match is wrapped up. Pleasing for Pete. He's through to his first semi-final, and Showyers disappointed with his performance, no doubt, but a great tour so far for him. And he'll be back for event 18 this afternoon to put things right. Still, as folks, we've got a semi-final coming up very shortly. Here we are back in Coventry, everybody. The scoreboard and the names will update shortly because here we go, semi-final action. The Elite 8 has become the final 4. Format's ramped up to a best of 9. And Mitchell Lorry will look to go back-to-back or take a step closer to go back-to-back and winning events 16 and 17, albeit on different weekends. But a winner waiting to happen could open the floodgates to many more. Standing in his way is another top talent coming out of the northeast. Yes, Ryan Branley has been the superstar so far on the Advanced Tour. 7 points clear coming into the day. But early exits for him and Turgle. They'll keep that distance between the pair. But Oliver Huffen is a rising star who plays in the same Super League team as Ryan. Blythe Sports Club. What a team it is. What a player you've got to be together in that team. A brilliant opening leg it's been. 15 data with a 117 combination. Lays down a marker to the banging form Scott. In very relaxed mood is Mitchell today, and it's clearly shown it is at the hockey. His form's gathering pace, and it's going to have to here because Huffen has started off beautifully, hasn't he? A big hello to Lynn, Mitchell's mum, who's travelled down today. And also a huge supporter, Dougie. The boy done good, and the boy is doing good. What a high caliber match this is, as you'd expect. And we've got a level game. Both players laying down markers as if to say, if you want to break my throw, how you 12. And as we say, on occasions where Mitchell's had a few results go against him on the JPL on a Friday night, he's bounced back on the Saturday fantastically well. And he was on the receiving end of a Turgle Kilowelku battering ram last night. Just didn't work out for Mitchell. But he's performed admirably on a Friday night. And as we talk about progressions, when you see the likes of Jaden Walker improve his form to quarters, semi-finals, reaching a final, Mitchell Lorry's progression has been clear to see throughout the tour. Winner of the Foundation Tour last year, and he's took the step up as we'd expect in fine fashion. He's going to be one of the top players next season. And still plenty to go for this half of the year and later on in the year. So 117's gone for Oliver Huffen, and now a chance at the 118. Didn't have Mitchell's number there, did he? But a great attempt. And there is our first break of our semi-final. Averaging 97 against Oliver's 90. As we mentioned in our opener, first match of event 17. It was a very tidy opener with a 4-1 victory over Drake Porter for Oliver Huffen. He's got an outside squeak. He's going to have to probably win 2 events, he said, to break into the top 4 for England, but he's not thinking about that at all. He just wants to enjoy his darts, and he's got his head on, a very clever head on his shoulders, on his young shoulders. Speaks very well, as does Mitchell Lowry, who's done a bit of commentary. Might see if we can nab him in for a quick chat. I said that last time, didn't I? I says, we'll have you in, Mitchell, for a bit of commentary. I said, in fact, I don't want to see you because that means that you're out of the tournament. So what did he do? He went and win the tournament. And I haven't had to give him that kind of incentive today. But bounce back ability, this is a great opportunity for a break back. Mitchell animated as ever behind the scenes. Putting a lot of work in behind the scenes to channel his emotions. But a fantastic youngster, he's great to be around. Double 2 for a Desmond. The double 1's north of the border. That one isn't though, and we've got a level game. We're back on throw. Great response from Huffen. We'll talk about the talent come out the northeast. Ryan Branley, as we mentioned, done fantastically well. I was talking to Dan Stevenson as well earlier on. He was rattling in the 180s for fun on the practice board. It hasn't gone his way so far today, but watch out for him as the weekend goes on. A bit like here, Basil, just waiting for a big performance from Dan Stevenson to reignite his form that he showed last year. Very little to separate them in the averages and the score. Mitchell ploughs in a ton as we look for a third consecutive break. But a gritty 2 treble visit from Huffen. What a semi-final we've got on our hands. Both players responding brilliantly to each other's. And the 150 for Mitchell Lowry, great attempt. And his opponent can mop up 158. It's all happening now. What a contest we've got. This'll hurt. Lovely marker. Over adjusts. And Huffen's back for double five. An unexpected revisit. A welcome one though. He's back on double two. And he's widened again. Mitchell feeling the heat. Maybe not used to these temperatures south of the border. It's certainly hotting up here in Coventry. To edge a little bit closer to his first final since winning back in April. Winning back in April. Oh, all this drama's gone to my head. There it is. Arms aloft. And the big Rangers fan takes the advantage and a third consecutive break. And despite all the drama, they're both sitting pretty much on an 80 average. It's only a break if you can hold your throw. And this time round, Mitchell Lawry's looking to cement that advantage. But what a performance it's been from Huffen here. He's really dug in, hasn't he? A brilliant opening leg. Unlucky on the 118 checkout. Great adjustment. Leg 6. Anyone's guess who's going to win it? He's back on the 117 that he took out. How unlucky was that 150 from Mitchell Lawry? We've seen him taking out some brilliant three-figure combinations over the course of the tour. Brilliant two-dart. Pop from Mitchell Lawry. 4-2, he's one leg away. I think the 156 springs to mind when he got beat in the final against Jack Nangovis, I think it was. Came back from 5-0 down or 5-1 down. There might have been a 150 checkout that got him to 4-all in the semi-final against Jack Johnson. Taking these big checkouts out under pressure. Of course, Mason Tease and Jack Peters, our other semi-final. Could it be a second final for Mason Tease? And a first final for Jack Pete? And as much as Ryan Branley is top of the Advanced Tour, the talk right now is about Mitchell Lawry. Brilliant treble 14. Time on his side, but how much pressure will it be under? You feel a 140 is needed here. Double 8. Still life in Oliver Huffen's to a 17 challenge. Can't find a treble when it's needed. So this time for Mitchell Lorry to wrap things up. An 106 opportunity for an unexpected hold. Brilliant first start. Double 18. How unlucky was that? And Mitch has yet again an opportunity for double 8. This time he wraps things up. He's into the final. Back-to-back finals it is for Mitchell Lorry. Oliver Huffen, brilliant performance from him today and in that semi-final. There wasn't a lot wrong with it at all. He'll take great confidence for that as the weekend progresses. But it's Mitchell Lorry who's into our final. Who will he face? We're about to find out. The final is coming right up. Stay with us, folks. So less than 2.5 hours into a Super Saturday, 11 o'clock start, and we have event 17 final. Mason Tease in his second final. And what seems to be Mitchell Lorry's sixth, perhaps. He's definitely had 3 or 4 unlucky losers before getting over the winning line. We're underway with Mitchell Lorry's darts. We mentioned how banging form Mitchell Lorry is. Mason Tease, you can say they're exactly the same because this is a repeat of the England Open Youth Final down in Chelsea last weekend. Mason Tease has the bragging rights on that front, edging out a thriller 5-4. So both players familiar with each other's game. Massive respect they've got for each other. As we say for all of our youngsters, it's played an amazing spirit and all very supportive of each other. And of the movers and shakers on the Advanced Tour, I'll give you an update on that on the conclusion of this. But Mason's been the big mover in terms of the England positions. With Archie Self and Ryan Branley going out in the first round, Mason's guaranteed 4 points. Oh, great attempt at the 1-5-1. So double top for a breaker throw. Breaker throw darts missed. Bullseye. And a leg that he looked firmly in command on with a 1-5-1 attempt. And Mitchell Lorry picks Mason's pocket. And somehow we have a hold of throw there. One thing's for sure, this final will gather pace in terms of scoring and finishing. Mason Tease, World Open champion. One of the most experienced and accomplished youngsters around. Took care of Lex Passhauser in that World Open final. A slow start to his Advanced Tour campaign. Reached the final of Event 5, however. We've had semi-finals and quarterfinals to this point. A great opportunity for him to win his first event. A difficult assignment. Mitchell Lorry, you know his average is going to be up bordering 90 in a matter of legs. Second attempt at the ball in back-to-back legs. Finds a tricky double 9, and that'll settle Mason. And the two youngsters can now crack on with some proper darts. gathering momentum nicely, isn't it? Both players now warming to the task after expected opening leg jitters. So much at stake. A lot of our youngsters can get fixated with all the averages that are being bantered around. But it doesn't say an 80 average when it says a winning a title. It says winner. That's all you've got to do. A lot of players need to learn to win with a B game, win with a C game even. Brilliant from Laurie. Real dominating leg. He's really turned the screw now as Mitchell. It's a first visit to the streaming room for Mason. And with Mitchell already having experienced the heat that's... It was a shock for Mason when he came into the room. It's normally a lot cooler. But on a sizzling weekend in Coventry, we saw Mitchell wipe his brow on numerous occasions before going for important doubles. It's an important double three, a very important double three that lands. And we've got breathing space, 3-1 and thrown first in leg number 5. They'll be dancing on the streets of Renfrew. Brilliant 180. But back comes Mitchell Lorry. Superb darts. A 180 counted with a 171. And we said the 74 average would be in the 90s in a matter of time. And sure enough, 91.65 and rising. He's had plenty of looks at the double 8 and a brilliant adjustment to get over the top of that one. The man of the moment, Mitchell Lorry. And for Mason Tease to be 4-1 down, he hasn't played badly at all, has he? It's been great timing though for Mitchell Lorry. I think that's been the difference. And he's managed to nick a few legs, not nick a few legs, he's managed to win a few legs comfortably, which takes the pressure off. An update on the Advanced Tour table. Following this, we'll be hot trotting straight into event number 18. All the way through to around about the 4:30 mark tonight, folks. Stay with us throughout. Thank you very much for joining us so far, and of course for the year and what has been a superb year on the tour. thoroughly enjoyed my time here in Coventry. And it gives me butterflies to think what's coming next. These youngsters are amazing, aren't they? So to go one leg away for back-to-back titles is a lovely marker, wasn't it? And a player in such fine form makes no mistake. The wry smile says it all. He knows his game's in good order, doesn't he? And Mason, a relaxed Mason, knows he's got work to do. And when the pressure's off, you never know. When you think the game's done and you relax, so after so many near misses in finals for Mitchell Lowry, a 6-2 win in event 16, and a wide margin lead here against Mason Tease. All the talk for me was about, can Turgle catch Ryan Branley at the top? But Mitchell Lowry, who's to say he couldn't win all 4 tournaments this weekend? And there it is. The handshake of acknowledgement and respect from Mason Tease. Mitchell Lowry goes back to back. The Scot is in fine form. A 6-1 victory, an 88.3 average. Congratulations to Mitchell and connections. Lynn and Doug will be very happy upstairs. The trip down has been very well worth it once again. And it's only halfway through. Who's going to win event number 18? The round of 32 is coming right up in a few minutes, folks. Stay with us. Hot on the heels of event 17, everybody. JDC Advanced Tour 80. Three big events still to come. We're underway. Jaden Walker against Reese Butler. We finally chased down our marker. iPad in hand, hot on the heels of his back-to-back titles. Sitting at the bottom of the draw, the reward for winning event 17. Mitchell Lorry is chalking this game. To the amusement of Jaden Walker. Chatting to Jaden pre-match and discussing his calendar for the weeks ahead. He's down in Cardiff for an exhibition next week. 12-year-old and doing exhibitions. The JDC hot prospect, hot property. Getting nurtured by the best. And for Reese Butler, we've seen plenty of him on the streaming board throughout the course of the 18 events. And another player who we've seen come on leaps and bounds over the second part of the tour. Jaden's down in Cardiff for an exhibition with Peter Wright, Johnny Clayton. And a few more PDC superstars. So the baby fish is looking likely now. Bullseye required. So for a break of throw, the 180 has aided that opportunity. But back comes Walker for 45. The early exchanges of event 18. And it's got a lot to live up to on the back of what was an exhilarating climax to 17. Mason Tease did brilliant in reaching the final. I'll be giving you an update very soon on the order of merit and the permutations for England. No score. And if you're Jaden Walker or Reese Butler, it's not how you necessarily start the tournament. It's how you time your kick to perfection. And could we see one of these two youngsters in the final laughing about that opening leg of event 18? So the draw, Dan Stevenson against Jack Johnson is an eye catcher. Tough draw again for Dan Stevenson. Jack Johnson went out in the opening round to Showyers, he was telling us, prior to starting event 18. So the real person to take advantage of the England situation is Mason Tease. Jack Johnson had an outside chance, still has an outside chance. Jaden Walker was sat in that fourth position. He's been overtaken now by Mason Tease. As you say, so many darts still to play over the course of today and tomorrow. Joe Westby against Mason Tease is an eye-catching match. Ben Townley against Taylor McGuckian. Oliver Huffen against Keir Basil. Wow. Jack Nankovich at Leo Howard. Ryan Branley against Lewis Cook. All this can be followed, of course, on Darts Connect for JDC Advanced Tour 18. I will do my best to give you regular updates as the day unfolds. Showyers against Jack Courtney looks a belter. And all them are appetizers of the round of 32 because the main course is right at the bottom of the draw. Event 16 and 17 champion Mitchell Lowry, who's marking this game as the unenviable task of taking on Turgle Kularelku. Says two of the most informed players on the tour have drawn each other in the first round. I'm sure that match will be featuring on their streaming board upcoming. Like to see a bit of Ryan Branley and Lewis Cook as well. Handy 93 take and a fist pump of acknowledgement. Again, we've seen plenty of that today, haven't we? And throughout the course of the year. Played in great spirit, isn't it? When we're talking about exhibitions with Jaden Walker, Reese Butler had a smile on his laugh and saying, he's 12-year-old. 12-year-old doing exhibitions. Acknowledging the fact his opponent at the Yockey is a young superstar. Reese, who plays academy darts in the Black Country. A player who battled his way through Q School, 6th on the Order of Merit, was young Reese. It's not very often you say this, but Reese had outscored Jaden in the early parts of this match. And how vital will them missed doubles be in that opening leg? Because Jaden's now taking the game by the scruff of the neck. Jaden was saying of his schedule after the exhibition in Cardiff, he's got a week off on the 5th, a rare week off on the 5th of July before we come back for, prior to that, we've got the JPL finals weekend. And I said he's got to make sure he keeps his birthday weekend free on the 18th of August. And that coincides with his mum's birthday as well. Both of them celebrating their birthday on the 18th of August. Jaden was born on his mum's 25th birthday. So how will Jaden respond in event number 18? Mason Tease is up to 8th, 24 points. Taylor McGuckian is on 23 points. And Jaden Walker's on 22 points. Oliver Huffen, 21. Jack Johnson on 20. So still very much all to play for that England spot. Archie, despite his early loss against Jack Preet, is sat on 27 points. He looks safe, doesn't he, in third place? Because you know that he's got at least one good run in the talent of Archie's self over the next 3 events. So it could just be battling for one spot. And the Shanghai to conclude matters here in Coventry. A 4-1 victory for Jaden Walker. He's into the second round. He's battling his way through injury. Valiant in defeat. Reese will have the iPad in hand for Jack Nankovic by the sounds of it. Pleasing win for Jaden. Looking at the draw, let's see who Jack Nankovic has next. Let me see. He plays Leo Howard. That was a match that I mentioned. Certainly catches the eye, as does many of the draw. Ben Townley, Taylor McGuckin. And with Taylor sat in 9th, that's a difficult draw for him as he looks to get that 4th spot. I'll be in prime position for that 4th spot going into Sunday. Judgment Day at the Darts. Final weekend of the Advanced Tour. Doing the 1-2-1 warm-ups last night. Myself, Leo Howard, and Archie Self. Let's see if I've warmed Leo up well for today. Jack Nankovic, impressive last night in the JPL as mentioned. It was a 5-1 victory over Ben Townley. Ben managed to secure an 80 checkout in 2 darts. Had opportunities in 1 or 2 other legs, but it was fairly plain sailing for Jack Nankovic. He made an 85 average look fairly straightforward. And that's I've put him at the forefront of proceedings, as you'd expect, as many would expect, coming into this weekend. England International. Currently sat 4th on the Advanced Tour Order of Merit. Leo, an England B international himself. We talk about the difficulty of qualifying school. Leo topped the qualifying school in 2025. A real talent is our Pompey youngster. Will he be dancing on the streets of Copner if he's to take out Jack Nankervis. Very relaxed action as Leo. Has experience playing on the WDF events as well as the ADC. But like many, his grounding comes from the JDC Advanced Tour, the Foundation Tour, the stepping stones to the players that they are now and what they will be. So many academies now around the country, many in Ireland as well, we discussed last night. The European Championships is just around the corner. Lewis Cook in defence of his European crown. Beautiful first start, wasn't it? Lovely marker. Never looked like missing there from Leo. It's a hold to throw. He's not bothered about how many darts has been thrown in securing the leg. He's off the mark. And one thing you don't want to be doing against Jack Nankervis is losing your throw in the first leg. It's just going to heap so much pressure on you. And the way Jack can then take that momentum, the game could be out of sight in seconds. Jumping Jack, who sat probably top of the JPL. Great visit there from Leo. And the way Jack has started this match, Leo fancy it quite a considerable amount more than what he would have done perhaps prior to the match. It can change in a matter of seconds for Jack. We know he's got that amazing ability. And that could be the visit that springboards his assault on Advanced Tour 18. Great adjustment. But a double his advantage. Sets up tops if Jack is unable to take out the 56. But he loves tops. Proven right there. Takes it out with the first dart. We've got a level game. Leo's darts in leg number 3. A brilliant visit. Superb visit for Leo Howard. Unlucky on the 1, 2, 3, but a great response from Jack. What a match we've got on our hands now. It was a slow burner, wasn't it? Effectively a best of 5 from here. And Leo is doing remarkably well on his throw, isn't he, here? And as easy as it sounds, you've just got to hold his throw, but with the talent of Jack Nankervis sat behind you, there's very little wriggle room. Great leg from Leo, 78 going. He's found the treble 18 beautifully again. It's double 12 he's looking at this time. Scrappy from Jack. A second pop, a double forward, a double. There it is, a brilliant slide underneath. It looked like it could have been tricky, but the angle of his darts, the way that they lie, Leo saw that off beautifully. It looked like a blocker, didn't it? As Sid Waddell would say about Phil Taylor, it was a bit of an understacker. And it's Jack's turn to be impressive with an advantage of throw. This has 12 to 15 darts written all over it, doesn't it? And then the commentator's curse came out and he hits a 1. Still 1-4-1 after 9 darts. A real professional leg this is from Jack. Level game. A Desmond on display here. Best of 3 from here. And this time Leo struggles to find a very good start. Is this a window of opportunity for Jack Nankovic to take advantage of? Not really punished that badly, so Leo's back in this one. And an important leg for Leo where you feel that if he wins it, it'll take so much pressure on the leg against the throw. But he's making heavy weather of it, isn't he? But back he comes. Great response. But still advantage Jack Nankovic here. He's wrestled the advantage of throw away. Digging in brilliantly is Leo Howard. The Pompey chimes ringing out. And after 2 good visits, he's got that advantage of throw back. The treble 18 and the combinations and in the scoring department is proven fruitful. The big fish so unlucky there from Jack Nankovic. One of the trebles didn't look in. Clearly was. Almost our second 170 check out of the day. The breaker throw is secured. And Jack Nankovic throws for the match. Still feel Leo Howard's got mileage in this match. He's digging in really well, isn't he? But against the throw, 46, simply not good enough against Jack Nankovic. Not punished. Absolute drama here in Coventry. A real gritty display here, isn't it? This is going the distance, I feel, folks. At least 6 starts if required here. Rightly so, doesn't go for it. So 32 going to have the advantage of throw in the decider. Brilliant response from Leo Howard. We're going the distance. And Jack, a little bit like Archie earlier on, just doesn't look fully focused with his body language, does he? Doesn't look happy about his game, or doesn't look happy about something. But here he comes. At 180. That's the Jack Mankiewicz we know. And from looking all at sea, a 180 and a 96 to leave 170. And suddenly the world's in a brighter place. And what a response from Leo. Deciding leg drama here. To break once again what will be a match winner. Goes the same route. The 15 for double 5, for double 10, sorry. But for an impressive victory for Leo Howard, 52 required left. He wants double top to take out Mankiewicz, and Jack Mankiewicz is out at the hands of Leo Howard. A 75 average, very little to separate them in the scoreline and the averages. Flexes his muscles, and Leo Howard is through to the second round. Well done to Leo, and Jack will be back, of course, for events 19 and 20 tomorrow. Stay with us, folks. We've got another first round match of event number 18 coming right up. Three more warm-up darts, and we're underway. Drake Porter, who we saw in our first match of the day against the JDC World Champion Lex Passhauser. The fist pump and the bullseye off. Drake's advantage, we're underway. And for Lex Passhauser, on the back of winning that JDC World Championship at the Ali Pali, the 5-1 victory over Dan Stevenson, it's been an impressive first year for him, hasn't it? It's all come very quick for him. Been playing the game just a couple of years, believe it or not. Such an extreme natural talent. And speaking to his family, it all came pretty much in the first year. Becoming a World Masters champion. Getting the experience of playing on the Lakeside stage and the Alexandra Palace stage by becoming the youngest ever JDC World Champion. He wins the first event of the JDC Advanced Tour. Throws in another couple of wins to boot. Sits third in the table overall on the Advanced Tour. He's holding his own very nicely in the JPL. Ten will become 8, and he looks pretty secure as we go into the final weekend of that before the knockout phase. And as I spoke with Chris Mason in commentary last night, it's not about finding your form last night in terms of the JPL. It's about performing on the Sunday of the finals. Going to have a full production in place for that, as we do on all of our JPL Friday night evenings. Breaker throw is secured. Lex has the darts in leg 2. And as we mentioned, like so many, it's so hard to call a winner. But Lex will be in that bracket of being capable of winning on the day for sure. He's a front runner. He's got every chance. Mitchell Laurie's form certainly put him in the mix. Ryan Branley was brilliant last night. A 5-0 victory over Archie Self. Results so far of event number 18. Jack Johnson has edged out a very close encounter against Daniel Stevenson. Lee Bradshaw, who had a good run at the back end of the last round of fixtures, he's beaten Dominic Kluk of Slovakia. 59 to back up that breaker throw for Lex Passhauser. His doubles were very accomplished last night, weren't they? Very slick. So a chance for a break back now for Drake Porter. Tops required. And that punishes Passa, doesn't it? We're back on throw. A smile from Lex. As we mentioned last night, great 5-2 victory over Jack Johnson, 6 maximums in the match. 2 for Lex Passa, 4 for Jack Johnson, a 1-7-4 from Lex Passa. Some brilliant finishing it was for Lex. And the way Drake Porter's playing here, he's smelling an upset. Owen Bryland had a good run in the event number 17. A victory over Turgle of Mongolia. And he's beat Jaden Jones 4-2 so far this afternoon. Craig Develin saw off Corey Wiltshire 4-1. Mason Tease continues his impressive form today, a 4-0 whitewash over Joe Westby. Taylor McGuckian 4-0 over Ben Townley. Brilliant 180, timely 180 for Passa. Basil has got the better of Oliver Huffen. Exerted a lot of energy into that semi-final, did Oliver. And that's maybe showed in that result against Kia. Ryan Branley was 2-0 up against Lewis Cook. And Archie Self was 1-0 up against Nico Bado last time I checked. What a first round draw that is. So from out of the blue, what could have been 3-0 has a chance for Drake Porter to be 2-1 in front. Goes directly for the double 19. A confident find. And our young Kent hotshot is 2-1 up. When we talk about good front runners, Lex Passa can do it from both ends, can't he? He doesn't let a scoreline deter his action. Just goes about his business. Has a great attitude and mentality. And he's responding brilliantly, as you'd expect from a world champion. This is brilliant from Passa. And for Drake Porter, that double top was brilliantly taken and the double 19 was brilliantly taken. What a match we've got on our hands. And the way Drake took out the 48 and the double 19 as if to say, I'm hot on your heels. So you miss and I'll hit. But you'd imagine that Lex has got to miss quite a few times with Drake sat on 2-3-7, but that lead can quite easily disappear with a big scoreline here. There it is. We saw Mitchell Lorry animated and a sarcastic raise of the arms from him earlier on. And Lex Passa says, thank you very much. And the 44 is punished with a 180 from Passauer. I says the strength and depth in Belgium's ever increasing, but there's not many players in the country that is as good as this youngster. And I don't talk about years to come, I talk about right now. Can't speak highly enough about this player. What a future he's got ahead of him in the game. Potentially 11 dart leg. Average creeping up into the 80s. After so many missed doubles. Shows where he does put the afterburners on with the scoring boots. How big of a potential this lad is. 3-2 in the breaker throw. Hasn't let the disappointment of going 2-1 down deter him, as we say. It's 3-2, a quick turnaround, and he throws for the match. So that opening visit from Drake, only 30. Blinded by the last darts, I didn't see it. And it's gifted Passauer's opportunity back there. Finds a treble. I was going to say, an opportunity to take us the distance there with that 140. Two sloppy visits. The door is firmly ajar now as Passauer takes full advantage of it. Second maximum. And 86. He hasn't had everything his own way, has he? But he will be back because his opponent's on a non-checkout. Almost 15 pops the difference between the pair and the averages, but the scoreline and the legs have been a lot tighter, hasn't it? Why is two at tops? Oh, it goes up tops. I thought he might have gone the 19s route there. Why not? Drake Porter knows what he's doing. And Lex Passauer knows where double tops is. An 80 average and a 4-2 victory over Drake Porter. Safely through to the second round. When Lex gets going, he's going to be difficult to beat. Be interesting to see how his day progresses. Stay with us, folks. We've got a round of 16 match coming right up. A mouth-watering second round clash here. Taylor McGuckian against Kia Basil. Finishing touches to the warm-up proceedings. To a very relaxed, confident young man. Looking at the results so far, any eye-catching ones? Archie Self, 4-2 over Nick Obado. I did see he led 1-0 earlier in that one. He's got over the winning line and through to the second round, which will enhance and cement his place in the England squad. It did look safe, but the pack was closing in, wasn't it? And still is. Yeah, Taylor McGuckian was 4-0 over Ben Townley, we mentioned. Impressive 84.68 average. The handshakes and we're underway. Kira's mentioned a 4-0 win over Blythe's Oliver Huffen. That takes some doing, believe me. So it was a decent run earlier for Kia. As we mentioned, Taylor's been granted throughout the tour. He's still firmly in contention for that fourth spot for the England squad. Every time I say squad, I want to say it in a Rafa Benitez style squad. So forgive me if I drop that in every now and again. Important opening leg you feel. Short format, best of 7. Both players with the experience not to let an early leg loss affect them. But it's nice to get off the mark when you know you've got such a tough opponent throwing behind you. 170 earlier, 160 perhaps. Great attempt at it. Closes the door, does Taylor McGuckian of leg number 1. Says to Key, you should have hit it, mate. Yeah, chatting pre-match to the lads and Keir and his exploits of the weekend down in Chelsea. Was beaten off Jack Nankervis in the youth at the quarterfinal stages. In the men's draw, he was beaten in the last 32 to a good friend of mine, Dave Prinz. Dave Prinz, who's been doing well over the last few years in the World Seniors. Still the top player in our NAC Premier League that we play in Seaham on a Tuesday night. What a crack field that is. So Keir mixing it with the best. And for Taylor, you feel that he's definitely got another title in him. Brilliant 140 for Keir, but it's Taylor who has the opportunity to cement that break. Getting closer. And the 140 has set up a big opportunity now for Keir to break back. Double 10. Brilliant first start. That's not a bad guide. Finds it brilliantly. We have got a break back. That was a classy 77, wasn't it, from Keir? Especially with the second dart miss. He took his time and eyed it up beautifully. Two real classy operators at the hockey here. Taking a look at the updated table on the Advanced Tour following event 17. Taylor's moved up. He's in 9th place. He started the day also on 9th, so he hasn't moved in terms of that. He gained a point. But with the likes of Jaden Walker losing in the first round, he has moved closer. Timely maximum. Really finding his scoring boots is Keir. So unlucky with the 160. But the 140 and the 77 was class, wasn't it? Oh, I quietly fancied the 139 there. Nicely set up though from Taylor. Whenever Taylor gets to the board, I fancy whatever he goes for. He's really playing so well at the minute, isn't he? We talk about the strength and depth of the tour, how well Keir is doing of late. And he really has struggled for wins on the Advanced Tour. We know he's a better player than the table suggests. And he's not let that affect him, as he's really battled hard over the last few months. Three legs, three breaks to throw. We've talked about permutations for the England team, but also for the development tour. For the 3 places of the players that are 16 and overcome the development tour, that gets sponsored by the JDC. Ryan Branley and Archie Self look pretty secure at the minute in the top 2. And that 3rd place for Nick O'Bado, Taylor McGugan. Mason Tease has put himself in that position now, following that final. Oliver Huffen's in contention for it. Jack Courtney and Ben Townley a little bit further back. And I'd be disappointed with that 66 with a treble 20, the way that was lying. He has got time on his side, you feel. But Taylor can turn that around fairly rapidly, can't he? Looking to go out in 6 darts. Unlucky 3rd dart. So from nowhere, Taylor has a chance to get back in this leg. Fascinating contest in our round of 16. Can't go out on 165, but he can certainly pressurise the 70, and he's doing just that. Leaves himself 32 if Kay is unable to take out the 70, but what a beautiful first start again. The 77 was class. And the 70 matches strides with that. We've got a level game. Matching strides is Kay. 2-all. Best of 3 from here. 4 breaks of throw in this match. Such is the quality of the pair. I think both of them are going to be up in the 80 averages and responding to each other's brilliance. This match is not going to be gifted to either player. One player is going to have to go out and win it. And every time it looks like Kay is going to get the hold of throw, Taylor comes from out the clouds and breaks back to take the lead. And Kay will eye up 6 darts from here. So an awkward 69, but under no pressure at all. Both players feeling it down there. This is an important leg. That's the one that Kay should really take. He hasn't had a shot at a double yet, but here we go. Are we going to get our first hold of the match? We certainly are. Back-to-back double eights, taken in fine fashion. Our first hold of throw. We're still on throw, and back comes Taylor McGuckian. Stunning 180. What a match. Both players feeling each other out early doors, but he means business now, does Taylor. We're on a 9 darter, everybody. We've had a 170 earlier from his opponent, but the 9 darter's on. The boos ring out around Coventry. Great effort from Taylor there, only kidding. Superb effort has resulted in 87 after 9. And this time it's him with time on his side. A 12 dart hold of throw. Deciding leg. Best of luck, gents, for a place in the quarterfinal. The quarterfinal that we'll have coming right up after this match. So stay with us, folks. Probably got 2 quarterfinals, a girls' final, a semi-final and a final to conclude our Saturday. And a professional ton to get K underway. What a dominating 12 dart leg it was from Taylor McGuckian, but now he's got to find something similar to win the match. He'll eye that opportunity at this visit. Brilliant 140. He does just that. How will Kay respond this time? This match has had more twists and turns than Spaghetti Junction. I said it's not always the 90+ averages that bring entertaining matches. This has got me on the edge of my seat by the end of this, I tell you. It's been almost like a chess match. Who wants it the most? Who's got that little bit extra to give? It's a confident visit, this. Brilliant second dart. But this is certainly in the wheelhouse of McGuckian. 114 going. Can he find the treble? Leaves 56 if K misses the 80. But a first pop, he should get at least one dart and a double here. For the informed Burnley Ace. Brilliant marker. Pulls the important last dart and 56 going. Taking his time is the experienced Taylor McGuckian. It's hot in there, folks. Both players feeling the heat, taking on the liquids on board. Huge visit in the context of the match. He loves it on 18s. Great composure. Clutch moment doubles. And it's back to Basil. Very confident on double 10. Will he prove it here? He will. He finds it with the first dart. Edges out a thriller. Kay Basil is into the quarterfinals. Unlucky for Taylor McGuckian. He'll be back for an assault on Judgment Day on Sunday. But it's Kay Basil who goes through to the quarterfinals. Well done to him. Stay with us for a quarterfinal that's coming right up, folks. Welcome back, folks. Quarterfinal matchup. Jack Johnson taking on Owen Bryland, which will be brought to our attention on the scoreboard momentarily. And this has thriller in the making written all over it. There we go, folks. Still a best of 7. Jack Johnson against Owen Bryland. I know we've got, as we say, 32 superstars in action, but these are two of the brightest talents around. And as the temperature cranks up in our streaming room, Carl Redden here has donned his fleece, his hoodie top, because it's getting rather nippy in the commentary box. Warming the cockles is this quarterfinals, Jack Johnson and Owen Bryland, as we go for the all-important bullseye. Owen's taken out some big performances and big scalps today. And Jack Johnson, I mentioned last night, I really fancied him to have a good run over the course of the weekend. Again, I went on about improvement and how much it's on display as the tournaments develop, the weeks develop. But I've really seen marked improvement over the last month and a half, 2 months for Jack Johnson. Bringing out the form at the start of the year that took him to the Super 16 success at the Marshalls Arena in Milton Keynes. And when we discussed the potential of a Ryan Branley Turgle second round, top against second, Owen Bryland was the party pooper on that one. Me and Jamie of the JDC discussed the draw, and we says both of their matches were no gimmies, and it proved to be the case. He's done that throughout the season as Owen, taking out some brilliant players. He's going to be a real force over the coming years, isn't he? You forget Jack Johnson's still only 13 as well. A very fluent breaker throw there from our young Scot. A 4-3 victory it was for Jack Johnson over Lee Bradshaw, averaging 84.39. An all-Scottish affair against Craig Develin, a 4-1 victory for Owen Bryland. I brought up this matchup. And the break back is looking ever more promising following that 180 from Jack Johnson. We'll look at Jack Johnson's running average for the season on the Advanced Tour. 78.06 coming into this weekend. So big opportunity now for Owen, especially after that first start. A very slick 70 checkout. Punishes the misses from Jackie Boy. And Owen Bryland leads 2-0. You feel this is a leg that Jack Johnson has to hold. Pretty much identical in terms of the running average with Owen Bryland, who sits 17th prior to event 17. I'll give you an update on that in a second. But 78.15, so pretty much identical running average for the season. And again, asking the question on the Jack Johnson throw for a double break. Round of 16 match. The all-important England affair. Mason Tease edges out Jaden Walker 4-3. Big news that is. Extends his advantage for that fourth England spot. Superb 95. Double 9. What a take this will be. Brilliant second dart. How's your minerals? Great effort from Owen Bryland. This has to go, Jack. Double top. Close with the last dart, wasn't it? Will he split it or go directly for it? Of course, he goes straight at it. 3-0. Double break, throwing for the match in leg number 4. And that's been the difference, hasn't it? The outer ring. Owen's pinned it beautifully with a 70. The double 9, sorry. But again, if you're Jack Johnson with the positivity he has right now, he'll say, I've had opportunities in every leg so far, so why can't I turn this around? And Owen says, no, you're in, pal, with that 140. Six darts if required, 83 when he comes back. $140. Will it be all in vain because he's back at double 9? Match dart missed. He'll stay there. He wants tops. One dart in hand to save the match. A difficult adjustment when you're 3-0 down. For place in the semi-final, Owen Bryson wants double 2. One dart. Even closer. Jackie boys, day lives on for now. Double 5. Brilliant take. How was your minerals, Jack? They're certainly intact because that was a brilliant double 5. After missing the double top from a similar adjustment from the 15s to the tops, that was an amazing adjustment, wasn't it? You just feel Owen Bryson's playing too well not to get more match start opportunities. We know Jack can throw his 11 to 15 darters to get back to 3-all rapidly, but Owen's playing tremendously well, isn't he? It's a fine run we've got as well for Leo Howard. Backs up his Jack Nankervis success with a 4-0 victory over Jack Pete. The JDC Advanced Tour leader, Ryan Branley, quietly going about his business at the second event of the day. A 4-1 victory over Callum Corey of Ireland. 1-2-1 pressurizes the 76. He's a tricky 99, however. The 76 is taken out regardless. Bryland impressive with an 84.3 average. Jack Johnson will be back tomorrow to see if he can gate crash that England spot. But Bryland, congratulations on him. He's into the semi-final. It's going to be hard to stop on that evidence. The semi-final will be coming right up, folks. Also going to be giving you an update very shortly on how the girls are developing. We're going to have their final coming up before the end of the day. Welcome back to Coventry, everybody. And as anticipated, we've got our girls' final. And a new face in the final, Lola Wheeler against Paige Paulin, who of course is a very familiar face in our finals. No Becca Allen this weekend. An opportunity knocks for someone else, and Lola has stepped up. And Paige was away. The opportunity came, and it was Yasmin Rukhavad who reached the final. Brilliant effort from Lola. She reached the semi-final recently. Has took that one step further. Playing with great confidence. Let's see how she fares against the top talent in the girls' game. And a confident start from Paige. Table topper of the JPL. And of course, congratulations to Paige and to Becca, who has the world match play to look forward to. And what is the second Saturday of the match play. On that iconic stage, Paige and Becca will duke it out. The rewards for finishing in the top two of the girls' tour. Lola, who sits 9th on the order of merit coming in today. Apologies. 11th is coming into today. As JPL sister Lily, one place above. So Lola will leapfrog Lily. Bragging rights will go to Lola for now. So for the opening leg hold, 20 for tops and a lovely 70 take. Leaves 20, she'll be back with Lola on 159. As we say, brilliant achievement for Lola in reaching her maiden final. Two lovely guides, and Paige takes it out with a third dart. Second leg, it's Lola at the board first. As we see, Sister Lily, fine display, qualifying for the JPL. So very determined and gritty displays is unfortunately being edged out, where 6 became 4 as we head into finals in 2 weeks' time. But Lily will take a lot of confidence from her experience in the inaugural JPL. I said to Lola prior to this match, I says, are we going to see Lola in action in the JPL next year? And she gave us a smile and said, why not? 4 players that will feature in the JPL finals. As we say, a big congratulations to Paige and Becca Allen in finishing first and second, but massive congratulations to Lexi Jane Rooksby. She got a 3-all draw last night with Paige Paulin. Paige went back to back, 2 games having missed earlier on. Lexi Jane's had a fine JPL season. And Ruby Gray is in fine form. She's going to be firmly in the mix come finals night. She makes up our semi-final lineup. The Wheeler family are running a charity event in Farringdon as we speak. Hope everything's going well there in raising some very valuable money for Oxford Children's Hospital. Great cause. Double 10s found again, and Paige Paulin doubles her advantage. She's halfway to yet another title. 5 wins so far. Will it be 6? As we mentioned on the girls' tour so far, 3 of the first 4 went to Paige. Becca Allen getting the better of Paige in one of those finals. Brilliant 140. And then Becca won both of the events that Paige Paulin was in America. In the Big Apple. Of course, it won't be long before the superstars of the World Series head to the Big Apple. I know Darren Barson is very much looking forward to his trip to America with the JDC scholarships. Two weeks away. Clashes with JPL finals weekend. We've got a full production going on for finals weekend, so not to be missed on the 27th weekend of this month. Three 0 to Paige Paulin. Lola has had a win over Paige on a WDF event. But it's back against the wall from here, because Paige looks firmly in command, one leg away. Lola took out Taylor Field, who is in fine form right now, 3-1 in the semi-final. Paige got the better of JPL starlet Yasmin Rook-Havard in the semi-final. 3-2. Paige edged out Yaz. Yaz has had another great year on the tour. Lola took out Harley Glover in the quarterfinals. Paige took out Capri Sixon 3-0. So Paige was pushed in that semi-final against Yaz. But other than that, there's been breathing space in the scorelines for both players. Can Lola get a leg on board to feel her way into this final? She's got a great action, hasn't she? Paige has certainly got a Rolls Royce action of her own going on. Look at that. Switch to the 19s. Effortless. So to wrap up, and again, on a familiar double 10, a 4-0 victory for Paige Paul over Lola Wheeler. She gets her 6th title on the JDC Girls Tour. Congratulations to her. She tops the table. And we go into Sunday. Can she make it 7? And Lola, a first final. Congratulations to her. Well, there's more to come from her for sure. 2 semi-finals going on right now in the boys' events. We're going to have the final coming right up to conclude our Saturday of action here in Coventry. Stay with us, folks. Our final is coming up rather shortly. So here we are, folks. JDC Advanced Tour 18, the final. A maiden appearance for Owen Bryland, 11 years of age. Taking on 14-year-old Turgle Kuliralku, our JPL superstar. Mongolia's finest. One of the cream of not only the JPL, but the JDC Advanced Tour. He's going to be a force to come over the next couple of years on the Advanced Tour. He's a force right now. He's second in the table. And our delay for the final is due to the fact of Turgle's amazing comeback. Top against second, did get their clash. It wasn't in event 17 as we anticipated. It was in the semi-final of event number 18. Turgle's off, and he's off in fine fashion with a maximum. And a not too shabby reply. The final is well and truly underway, everybody. Yes, Turgle trailed in that semi-final that both semi-finals were upstairs while our girls' final was going ahead. Owen got through with a bit more comfort in his semi-final, shall we say. But Turgle was 3-0 down against Ryan Branley. Pulled it back to 3-all, went 4-3 behind. Got back level. Ryan Branley sat after 12 darts on 100. Scores 40 to leave 60. Turgle on 101 takes it out for a 15-dart break to secure the match. Go for it. Not a chance. Brilliant 150. Sets up 36. And you get a feeling that this pairing are going to gel well together. For a 13-dart hold of throw. He will be back with Owen Bryland on 175. Great cover shooting that it was from Owen. As we say, we go on about how good Jaden Walker is at 12. Owen Bryland, who this week has been checking out his high school to move up into the senior grades at school. 11 years of age and in a JDC Advanced Tour final. What a prospect he is. Turgle wraps up the leg. And as for Turgle, didn't let his head drop in that semi-final against Branley. Ryan didn't do nothing wrong. Another deep run from him. He'd be gutted with himself that he hasn't made the final, but he shouldn't be too harsh on himself. It's definitely a two-way tussle to see who's going to be top of the tree come the end of the 20 events. Events 19 and 20 coming tomorrow, of course, from 11 a.m, folks. We've got a Judgment Day on Sunday for the England places for the Development Tour sponsorship. Of course, our 32 players. We're going to have drop-offs due to the age restrictions, but 64 players next year. These two finalists are going to be certainly in the mix. Will we see back-to-back Scottish success of events 17 and 18? Mitchell Laurie was outstanding earlier on in winning event 17. Another youngster who wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he, Owen? He's got to focus and channel that against Turgle. Turgle won't go away. He's absolutely granite. As we said last night, he averaged 98 in the JPL. And although his English is improving, it was great to see a great touch from Darren Barson to get him in front of the cameras for a little interview at the end, just to get him used to those surroundings a little bit more. But what me and Chris Mason noticed in commentary was when Turgle was stood with Darren, the 98 average, he didn't come off flinging his arms, fist pumping. It's almost as if he does that 98 average every second of the day. In firm control of his game, isn't he? The average 90 did Turgle in that fight back against Ryan Branley. 4-0 victory over Archie Self in the quarterfinals. A 4-2 win over Showyers in the second round. Second maximum from Turgle. He's at 180 in both legs he's thrown first. Opening visit of the final, he hit a maximum. He's turning the screw here for 3-0. Treble 15. As he blocked the treble 10. As he blocked the treble 18. Time on his side, and Owen finds a 1. That's what I tend to do when I leave 100. And if Owen's not careful, this final could quickly escape him. He's had a great achievement to reach the final. He's got to sit back and enjoy this one. Relax, he's done amazingly well. Yeah, Turgle took out in the first round, as we said. Mitchell Laurie's reward for winning event 17 was chalk in the first match of event number 18 because he was at the bottom of the draw where he faced Turgle, and Turgle got the better of him 4-2, averaging 94 and change. 3-0 it is, halfway to victory, and yet another title for Turgle. And it was at this stage we saw Turgle fight back in the semi-final against Ryan Branley. Wouldn't it be good to see Owen Bryland turn on the magic that we know he can produce and have a spirited comeback? A 5-1 victory over event 17 finalist Mason Tease. An eye-catching win that was over the informed Mason. 4-1 we saw him on the live stream board over Jack Johnson. That scoreline maybe didn't suggest the wide margin victory that it was. But we've seen some flashy averages and performances in defeat from Owen Bryceland. And how he's got to this final, he's done it not necessarily playing his A game, which is great to see in his development. He still has the advantage of throw if he can find a treble. He does so brilliantly with the last dart. If he gets a leg on the board here, momentum could certainly shift back in his favour to make a great final of this. I was talking to his dad, Jamie, prior to the semi-final, and his aim coming into this weekend. Brilliant 1-4-3, is it? Superbly taken out from Owen Bryceland. That's the kind of magic that this 11-year-old can display. Amazing to think he hasn't started comprehensive school yet. Boy, do I feel old. Yeah, but Dad Jamie identified that a semi-final was his target coming into this weekend and said he'd hope he'd relax and enjoy the semi-final. We certainly did that. And he's now enjoying the final. But Team Turgle and Oggy have got a busy month of darts in the UK. Oggy was showing us the accommodation that him and Turgle stayed in down in Chelsea. They went on a camping spree. It looked rather cold and wet. 2 days he said it rained down there. They were grizzling it out in a field. That's bonding for you. Life experiences, building for Turgle, and experiences at the Yockey, developing all the time. He's got the JPL finals weekend coming up. Following this weekend in 2 weekends' time. And then Oggy has identified he'd like to take Turgle to Korea for the big tournament that's going on there. I think it's the 6th and the 7th weekend of July. So I'll certainly be following that to see if he makes the lineup and how he progresses. What a future Turgle's got ahead of him. And when he hits the age, isn't he? He's a 2-card holder waiting to happen. Oh, what an opportunity for a break that was. 2 darts missed for Warren Bryland with Turgle to punish on 40. He does exactly that. Turgle punishes, holds his throw, and Owen is back to the drawing board. It's only 1 break for me to get back level, but he needs 2 breaks in the match. Great fighting spirit though from Bryland. After missing those 2 darts to kick off for the 140. Jaden Jones a 4-2 victory in the opening round. Craig Develin 0-1, 4-1 in the Battle of Scotland. So he's never lost more than 2 legs en route to this final. Mam Lindsay's also down for the first time, cheering and supporting Owen on. Proud parents. 2024 Scottish Open Youth Champion. He was unlucky in repeating that in 2025 where he lost out to Taylor McGen in the final. Some familiar faces en route to winning that title in 2024. Beat Dan Stevenson in the quarterfinals 3-2. Jack Pete 3-0 in the semi-finals. And beat fellow Scot Kyle Davidson 4-3 in that finale. As we mentioned, lost out to Taylor McGuckin in a great attempt to defend his title. Beat Adam Craik in the semi-final, Robbie Scott in the quarters, and Liam Noble in the round of 16. But the Bandit has a bright future ahead of him. (5-1) and 1 away from another title. Turgle's going to gain 2 points on Ryan Branley. They both had first round exits, of course. It was Owen who took out Turgle in that first round. But getting his own back here is Turgle in the all-important final. Said he's been threatening a deep run at his own. He was on a 10 dart of his own. Turgle was on a 10 darter against Ryan Branley. A 36 after 9. Still got the job done in around about the 12 mark, I think it was. So the points differential at the top of the JDC Advanced Tour. 5 points between Ryan Branley and Turgle Kularelhu. Going into Judgment Day on Sunday. So many permutations still unanswered. And looking like keeping this final alive with a breaker throw here. The second treble will really punish that sloppy visit from Owen. Does just that, does Turgle. His timing's been beautiful, hasn't it, in this final? He's punished every mistake. And he's also took some legs by the scruff of the neck. For the title, treble 15 for tops. Oh, for a 105 out. It's a superb second dart, wasn't it? Tops rarely lets Turgle down. $60 scored. Turgle back for the title. Cool from Kularelhu. Turgle of Mongolia wins the JDC Advanced Tour 18. Congratulations to him. Bounced back beautiful from his opening round defeat to Owen Bryland in event 17. And he is our event 18 champion. We move on to Sunday. What a Sunday we've got in prospect, folks. 11 a.m. join us for event 19 and the conclusion of our JDC Advanced Tour, event 20 on the afternoon around about the 2 o'clock mark. I've been Carl Redden, folks. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the day. What a day it's been. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night and God bless.